What's going on, chatters? What's going on, chatters? What's going on, chatters? Just another day of looks maxing. Looks maxing. Oh God, no, I have echo. 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 Okay, thanks. Oh. I don't think that's the same thing I was looking for. I don't think that's it either. It's just another day of looks maxing. Let's do it. Let's get it. The hammer always works, you know? How many times do you think I had to hammer it until I looks max? We'll get there. You gotta keep hammering. I think that's good for today. Workout done. Just another day of bone smashing. Dog doesn't want to snap. There we go. All right. Does this work as a towel? Perfect. Good enough. California girls. Okay, it's another day, another workout. Great.
Yeah, y'all know what it is. Katy Perry, Juicy J. Let's rage.
You know, hip stretch.
She's a beast. I call her come. She so hard, and Jamie no. Try not to lose her. All the heart is so steroids, her love is so strong. You ain't fall in love and you need her. If you get the chance, you better keep her. She squeeze by, but if you break her heart, she turn cold as a freezer. That every play on me with a nice shiny camera. She can be my sleeping beauty. I'm gonna put her in a home. Nothing about her, shine so bad, running, I don't care. She got me like a roller coaster, turned up backwards to a bear. Her love is like a drug, I was trying to get ingredient, but the mama so dope, I messed around and got addicted.
Over there. This song's mid. Whew. Okay, good little warm up. Now we're gonna go into the abductors. Let's play another song. release there. Felt better. I'm writing my bigger draft course on Friday. Spirits on rest. So I need to work on my stretch. Just gonna hang out here for a little bit until the pain subsides. Whew. This is an oldie. doing some hyperbolic stretching. Oh man. Okay, do a few more. I'm sweating already. Ugh. Oh. She's got both hands and pockets, and she won't let you go.
under you, was on fire. I'm the blind, I'm the blind, I'm the blind. On the sun of the land, of the nation, of the land. On fire. But Sometimes I live in one situation. In the coffee, I'm dancing. Oh.
Do you want your food or where are you going to put it?
You can put it on my desk if it has a covering.
There's not a cover.
Well, then you can put it in the microwave over here then.
Over there, right?
Yeah, in the microwave just to keep flies off.
Okay.
Thank you.
Look at it. It's good. I tested it already.
Good.
Oh, what the fuck?
What?
Nah, dude, someone already forgot shit in there.
Someone what?
Someone forgot shit in there. There's
What?
flies.
What is it?
Chipotle?
Yeah, wouldn't me.
Huh. Well.
Well, is it infested now?
I mean, kinda, yeah.
Damn. Okay. Well, that's kind of a cheap one, right? Microwave. Might as well just get a different one. But, I don't have anywhere to put it right now that's safe. Is there any paper towels or just like a microwave cover that you saw?
Let me see. No. You guys don't get to do that to me. No. Nice try. No. You can't. Dude, this is like fucking the opening scene of Lion King. You can't say for fucking a whole fucking year that I've been streaming. You can't be like, you mean your wife's money? You mean your wife's this? You mean your wife's car? You mean your wife's watch? And then say, your house is filthy. No. My wife's house is filthy. Be consistent. Before the sun rises, it's my kid too, suddenly? Like what? When it's bad, oh, I see. When it's good, it's hers. When it's bad, it's mine. No! Object.
It's not working. The leg weights are too heavy. They're pushing back the other weight. Okay, what if I do it just scissor kicks? Oh, still like want to make the torso come up. What if I like put this on my torso maybe? Oh, oh gosh, well, it's still too heavy. Alright. I have a different exercise idea then. What if we do inverted? Use gravity. my speaker. Ew, flying roach. What? Scared the fuck out of me for a second. Okay. Turn the fans on. Let's try this way. I don't know if this will work. It's just an idea I had. I think it'll work for you. I don't know. The hip ones now. I got too well, but now that's how I'm getting paid. I'm done hiding, now I'm shining like I'm born to be. Let's see. Oh. Oof. Sore. And dreaming hard, we came so far, now I believe. Oh. Good stretch. No more, no more hiding, I'll be shining like I'm born to be. which way is like the hip? Is it this way? Like the 90-degree hip opening stretch. And then you like rotate. I think so. My lights run auto timer, but I'm too short right now. It's definitely easier with the weights to stay in one place than without it. I live two lives, try to play both sides, but I couldn't find my own place. There it is. Problem child, I got too well, now that's who I'm getting paid. I'm done hiding, now I'm shining. Do some calf presses, I guess. Actually, no, I want to run. Never mind. I won't be able to run if I do that. I'm gonna be. I wonder if I should do, instead of a run today, if I should do like incline walking with weights. Let's try that. Dreaming hard, we came so far. Now I believe. Ugh. Change it up.
Silence the chorus. I have an edict.
What?
I said silence the chorus. I have an edict. I have a bit.
What?
I have made a decision
Okay. And?
that our financial future I'm going to place in the hands of my cat. I'm going to copy this kid, and I'm going to put my money in a blind trust. That chat, through majority vote, will control the investments.
Why?
Because I trust them.
You better have our staff reading the votes.
So we're good?
I'm on my way to delete your kick channel.
That's smart. If I can't stream it, then they can't cite it.
Oops. Nope. Alright, no more weights. It's hot. I'm sweating a lot, yes.
Have you ever noticed that the old people's iPhone storage is always full?
No.
can save up to 30% when you bundle flights, cars, hotels, or vacation rentals together. Whether you book it all at once or piece by piece. Bundle and save now on Expedia.
Who's gonna save me? I'm Supergirl, and I'm here to save the world. The speed isn't the problem, it's getting used to running in these shoes. Feels weird. Like it feels like so heavy. With your toes spread. I can't run barefoot. I will absolutely fuck up my toes. This is the closest we can get. Some feet flexing. Oh. Dig into that muscle. What am I training for? Horse riding. Wore that Kim Kardashian bra? Yeah, but let's just say that's what it is. Yep, you caught me. Let's just go with that. Oh, I need to get my phone. Are you an avid equestrian? No. I just have saddles for fun. No horses, just saddles. Yeah, no horses here, just boots and bridles and saddle pads, and silicone breeches and more saddles, clearly for use on humans. Yes, clearly, of course, yes. Spurs are also for humans. Okay. You see, these are my husband's favorite spurs. They really get to the point. That's funny. Yeah. This camera, it's blindingly offensive, this color. Jesus. I'm gonna go change. The ring lights really don't like this color. These are my favorite. They're such a pretty color. They're so pretty. You got a running nose? Gosh. That'd be crazy. sweaty. There. Oh, the back. I feel those weights now. Okay. Much better. More breathable. Okay. Look, I want to show you my show shirt that came in. One of them. Isn't it pretty? Sheesh! This is shiny. It's beautiful. There goes with these boots. Either pair, really. So pretty. Look at that. Details. It's got a leotard thing. I don't know. I already put my shorts on. Oh, I guess I can take the leotard part off. There we go. I got it custom made to match Apollo. So one day I'll show him in Western dressage, Western pleasure. But it's sick. So. But you get the idea. It's pretty! I like the form-fittingness. Looks good. There's like a shiny gold hat or something. Put it back before I get bloody. It's a pretty one. Here's another one I got. More of a teal vibe. A little more breathable. This one gives me like mermaid colors. It's sick. It would be tucked into like chaps, but it's so pretty. Fake buttons. They're not too small. They're just stretchy, and they're supposed to be form-fitting to catch the judge's attention and get like a biased, you know, get a biased view. Yeah. And then there's a gold one I got recently too. This one I actually haven't tried on yet, but it's the same measurements. This one really matches Apollo. You want to talk about golden? There's some fancy shit. Sheesh. Shiny. This says, look at me. Sheesh. That is gold. It looks so weird without a hat to like counterbalance, but all my hats are in the house, so that is gold. Could wear the gold boots, or have some other ones that would match too. These are like more of a white, pearly white and gold embroidery. This would be pretty with it too. The cameras don't really pick it up, but they are like shimmery pearl white. But those would look good with it too. And I also have some bronze boots back there. They're silver. These could also match if I wanted a darker accent but still metallic. Bronze. These are sick. So yeah, we got lots of options. I think that's all the metallic ones. But I mean, it would still look good with these two. Like brown chaps. It would still look good with Those are cute. It's close enough in color. Yeah. Lots of options. Seeing stores with less stock. I'm trying not to buy more. It's hard. Until I have my property and I can build a proper, like, tack room and wardrobe room in the barn. Oh. So I bought a bunch of colorful cheap helmets on Amazon just so I'd have matching helmet colors for a lot of my colored breeches instead of just my black helmet. It's so Barbie pink. So Barbie. I don't think it works with my ponytail right now. Yeah, it doesn't. I'm not doing any of this stuff when I go to the stable. I stream it sometimes. I'll probably stream my lesson this week if I go on Friday. Depends if it rains. I'll be riding my big horse, Mr. Chiron. Like a construction worker. But look what it goes with. Specifically one pair of breeches. But I was like, it's perfect. just this pair only. But it was very Barbie, so I had to do it. I'm a Barbie girl in a Barbie world. Life in plastic, it's fantastic. Now I need a matching hot pink shirt. I only have other types of pink. You can brush my hair and just be everywhere. But it would look good with Chiron though this Friday because he's black, so pink, black and pink in your area. I don't know which shirt goes best with it though. Maybe this one? This one's okay. You can touch, you can play. There's like a light-ish, maybe the light pink. That'll be hot, sweaty. There's like a pastel pink. No. If you say I'm always yours, oh. I mean the white was pretty too with it, with the pink flowers. That one's pretty. There was another pink one that I had. Maybe it's in the dirty clothes. In my closet or something. So probably this one or this one, I think. Let's see. What looks better? Okay, so we got this is one, or I guess like this. Okay, the color's one, or can't even hold them. So it's two. It's got like a little design on it. I don't know what looks better. One? Okay. It would be less hot too. That's for sure. Sleeveless. Together for Friday's outfit. Here. So now let's see which pink, yeah, I guess I'll take this, which pink saddle pad would go best with it. All white outfit would be cute. Yeah, I try not to wear white except on special occasions because, you know, it's so dirty. I don't know if I have a color like this, actually. I think I gave my niece one, but not myself. Then there's like a purple over there. Man, I don't have any hot pink. I guess because most of my horses are boys. I mean, I guess that's the closest. Or I could go purple and pink. And there is a pink up there, but I think it's too like salmon-y. I do have a shiny pink one at the barn. It's like pale pink though. But maybe I'll just go with that pale pink one at the barn. Perhaps. But I can take that too, I guess, just because I have a matching bonnet. I don't know if this will fit Kyron, but I will try. Let's see. Yeah, I'm riding Kyron on Friday. Come here. Okay, so this under here. Oh, come back. The Friday spit. Man, now we need a hot pink one to match. Well, I guess if I had hot pink, my breeches would blend in too much. So maybe not. There's also a shiny black saddle and pad, which might be better. Maybe. At the barn already. I don't know if the ear bonnet will fit him that matches. I don't remember if I've tried or not. I feel like I might have. It didn't fit. I'll try this one too. Look, got sparkles in it. Yes. We got options. Maybe I'll... Yeah, I think that looks good, actually. Because this is, like, the type of leather. Ooh, with the pink pants. Okay, I'm going to put the pink saddle back. Let's just do black. That way I don't have to clean it either. Let's save the pink for Apollo or something. Or another time. I like the black. The helmet has some black, too. But isn't this pretty too? I got this maroonish. It looks kind of brown, but it's dark red for Kyron also. But it's a different day. So I'm not wearing red. Actually, I can put this pink up high. I have an extra spot since I put that other pink one at the barn. And there's one spot up there. So I'll get my stick. Push it. Yeah, get on there. There we go. Bloop. I don't know if I can do the ear thing on there with the stick. Let me see. Almost. For the other ones I used a ladder, I think. I don't want to ruin it. Oh, almost. Yeah. Huzzah! I did it. It can be done. Huzzah! Can I explain the female obsession with pretty or cute? No, I cannot. Oh. Yeah, flies wanting to get in here. Get away from my food, you vermin. Did it stay protected? It has. Praise be. I am very proud of my boot collection. It is nice. It is, yes. Speaking of tech, I need to message the person who I ordered a golden set from for Apollo and see what to do. Is it about to rain? I hear the wind. Hey, I think it's gonna rain soon-ish, maybe? I don't know. I hear wind. The radar, yeah, I guess you can move them in shortly, I guess. Just, I think watch the weather maybe, like the next 10-15 minutes maybe. I don't know.
Okay, can do.
Okay. Alright, thanks.
Bye.
Bye. They got groomed today. So good. So yummy. Delicious. On a scale of 1 to 10, how horrible is divorce for you? What do you mean? I'm in divorce. I prayed a lot, and you know, things got better, but you know, nobody's perfect. Everyone's still a work in progress. I don't know. Maybe I'm too nice of a person, but I just believe that life is short and nobody's perfect, and I feel like divorcing someone you've been with for so long and have bonded with so much is just, you know, unless they are actually like psychotic or something all the time, a silly thing to do. So, I don't know. Do. If they only have moments of craziness, I can deal with that. Everybody a little crazy sometimes. Anyways. At the end of the day, if two people still love each other, you know, there's always ways to make it work. We're talking about boots. I'll just have to chat. I don't know. Someone in chat started yapping. Oh, I'm just responding. Oh yeah, I have to message that person. That's right. Hello. Have you heard back? Beep, beep, beep. Okay. I messaged them. Whoa. Ah, that's cool. Look, dog grills. Those look awesome. It was a protection dog that did bite work and took a toll on her teeth. And now she's got titanium teeth or whatever. Steel, I don't know. That's pretty cool. You know, I've thought about getting those for Knox, but I'd have to do like literally all his teeth, so it's probably not worth it. Just considering it's not hurting his ability to eat and play fetch. He carried around too many things in his youth in the yard. Tap, 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 tippity tap. Still have that goofy robo-dog robot thing? Yep, haven't used it since the first week we bought it. I knew this would happen too. No, it works. I think he just got bored too fast, as I predicted he would, which now I'm glad that I put my foot down and said, no, you're not buying the expensive version. Get the Chinese knockoff. You know, good thing, good thing. This is crazy. I see this all the time.
You got the note?
But I can't believe just how much of a difference it made for her. It's just crazy.
Which job you always wanted?
I'm normally against plastic surgery. I'll be honest. I don't like it at all. But
Okay, I don't
in
need
this
your
case,
opinion,
like,
sir.
yeah.
But this is her after. That's crazy. What a difference. Before. After. That's crazy. I'm scared of nose jobs though. Like, I like how it looks from the front, but I do need like my septum corrected ideally, and I don't want them to fuck it up. Anytime, like, I don't know, I've never had anything done to my face at all, and so, like, especially something like that where it can go wrong, I have, like, the Michael Jackson paranoia, where they won't do it right. And I'll keep having to do it, and I'll keep getting it wrong. I just can't. I'm so scared. It's not about not being myself. I'm talking about, like, my deviated septum. But even that, I'm scared they'll fuck it up somehow and it'll look different still. I don't know. You had your septum done, it's still a little deviated. See, what the fuck is the point? There's so much it could still be fucked up. And it could look different too. Ah. Such a gamble. He exposed how the elites plan to escape humanity and leave us dead. Oh boy.
You know, Peter
Buckle
Thiel
up.
doing these lectures on Satanism, right? On what he sees as the satanic force, and he sees mutual aid as the satanic force. You know, in his model of reality, a few humans will rise above. A few humans will level up. You know, his book is called From Zero to One, meaning that you go from 0 to 1, that you need to become one order of magnitude above everybody else. And in business, it can kind of make sense. Like, rather than having a website, own Facebook that controls the websites, right? Rather than having a store online, have Amazon, which is the aggregator of all the stores. So you level up. But he sees that as kind of, in his version of Christianity, a few humans will level up, and they need the resources and the stuff in order to do that. If you're busy spreading out the wealth and resources and giving it to people who are just going to die eventually anyway, you're wasting what could be going up. So that's why, you know, to him, like a Greta Thunberg is the devil. That anybody who's trying to spread it out, when the object of the game, it's a pyramidal society, the object of the game is to gather the stuff and climb up it, right, and get to the top and transcend. And that's, I mean, to cut to the chase, that's the vision of the most extreme of these kind of transhumanist tech bros.
Yeah.
What they see human beings like larvae, like maggots living on the earth, which is this piece of dung. You know, and you've seen maggots, and they're right. That's what we are. And a few of us are going to sprout wings and get off, right? Either up into the ether of the cloud, or off the planet, or into another dimension, or through a quantum leap or something. A few of us will sprout wings and go. The rest of us, we're only important insofar as we serve as the labor and the fuel for the few who get the wings and go everywhere else.
They're the worker ants.
Now that they see, and they do believe in climate change, probably more than you and me, they see that the thing is ending. The civilization is ending. The economy got too poorly distributed, right? The pyramid of the society, there's too many elites at the top. It's going to collapse. We all see it. They see it. So now the race is on. They've got to build their AI to figure out how to get to the next place. And
Why does he look like he could be like Jeffrey Epstein's little cousin or something? I don't know. It's something about... Like, I'm sure he's maybe, I'm actually not sure. I'm giving benefit the doubt he's an upstanding dude, but it's just an unfortunate, like, family likeness or something. Or like a sleazy Hollywood producer, something, I don't know. More like a porn director, I'm not sure. Hollywood is a stretch for him. But anyways.
temporarily, they could stave off maybe 50 or 100 years by having a castle protected by, droid armies and a police state. That's sort of what they're building currently. That is the plan, but that's not the long term. The long term plan is to get out, is to leave us behind.
And it's
where they're gonna go.
The fact that he is the one in charge of, or he's the one behind everything in Silicon Valley, with like wrapping everything in Christianity. And there's all these articles that have been coming out about how now everyone in Silicon Valley is going to church, and he's trying to paint Christianity onto everything that's happening there, and he's hosting these Antichrist talks, lectures that Duncan went to.
Right.
And what he's doing, like his beliefs, his values, wanting to live forever and escape the planet, doesn't seem to be a very Christian ideal.
No, and because the thing he doesn't realize...
I mean, if I knew I was going to hell, I'd probably want to live forever, too. I'm just saying, maybe he made some kind of Illuminati pact with the devil. I don't know. I'm not sure.
And the tech bros in general don't realize is their vision of transcendence is the opposite. What they want to do is preserve their ego and personality exactly like it is. Record it and stick it in an AI, or get enough, child blood so they can maintain it, whatever. But the things they're doing are so earthly. They're so heavy. Even all the heavy metals that you need for AI, that's what they invest in. Is like rare earth, heavy, grounded.
There is no hell, only death. You would hope to be so lucky. Hell is worse than death.
Trying to, even life extension as they understand it, it's not life extension. It's not the blossoming of a life form. There's no, anybody who's taken a decent plant medicine understands it. What we're doing here, we're metabolizing, right? We're metabolizing and changing state. That's what mushrooms do. They turn poop into life. It's that change. If you can't engage in that cycle, you're not really alive. So what are they preserving? It's back to the pharaohs. What did the pharaohs...
Why would God ever tell you if you're going to hell while you're alive? No, God doesn't tell you. The people that find out and can still have time to do something about it are the people with the near-death experiences. Or I guess the people that, worship Satan and want to go to hell. I don't know.
What does any empire civilization do? You end up with a few super duper wealthy, powerful people who genuinely believe that tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of lives can be sacrificed to preserve their sarcophagus, right? To keep them alive forever.
Wow. I never thought about it like that. Howdy, folks. 70% of y'all aren't subscribed.
Ages, as my scat money is, I kind of go back to the late Middle Ages as my starting place, so that you can go all the way back to anything. The late Middle Ages was like right after the Crusades. They'd gone on all these Christian soldiers from Europe and out into Muslim lands, and they, fought and killed and whatever. And then Crusades kind of ended, and it was a whole bad thing, but they opened up all these trade routes to all these other parts of the world. So Europe got really cool and interesting. They brought back all these new technologies and, windmills and water mills and new money systems and even the marketplace. We didn't have a market until then. We saw this thing called the bazaar.
Right.
And it was like, oh, that's cool. People just bring their shit and sell it to each other and whatever. So we started in Europe. I don't know where my people were at that point. But, they started doing these marketplaces. And these were people who were formerly peasants, right? They would just bring their crops to the Lord and eat what they could. So now people are starting to bring things, like one person selling shoes, someone else is selling chickens. And then they started to use this kind of money that was like poker chips. It was basically money that got issued in the morning, but usually by the baker or someone who had some kind of commodity, and it would expire at the end of the day. So the idea is, it was like poker chips that they had no value in themselves. So everybody just traded stuff, right? It was optimized for trading. There was no way to save up, right? So nobody would hoard money or try to hold it. It wasn't gold. It was worthless, right? So it was just used like IOUs so that we can each get the thing. I want shoes, you want chickens, he wants meat. This was so we could all get the things and then settle books at the end of the day, and it was done. Right? So there was no money. And people got rich. People actually got rich, and because they could. And this sounds like a conspiracy theory, but this is actually it's a happy conspiracy. It's just history. People got wealthy and they got healthy. Like women at that time, late Middle Ages, England, 11th, 12th century, they were taller than at any time until the 1980s, till they caught up. That's how healthy people were. They worked like 3 days a week, because what do you do if you're doing well, but you don't want to keep. We don't even have a reason to keep working because you have no way to store the money. So if you can't hoard money, what are you going to do? You're going to start optimizing your society for leisure, which is what they did. How much do I have to work in order to have everything I need? So the sign of wealth, the sign of doing well was, oh, look, Joe only works 2 days a week, right? Because his pig farm is doing so well, he doesn't have to work that much. So what is that like? So people started to get wealthy, and the aristocracy got really upset. Right, because they were the former lords. They hadn't worked in 1,000 years. And now all of a sudden the peasants are becoming the middle class, the bourgeois that we hate. So
Tino says, news for today. We have another astrophysicist has been part of black programs, saying that we regularly deal with 4 NHIs. What is it? The Greys, the Nordics, the Reptilies, and the Mantis? Is that the 4? Of course. Mantis people.
what did they do? They had to stop the rise of the middle class, and they came up with 2 ideas, right? One that we know about was the corporation, or what they called the chartered monopoly. The idea of a chartered monopoly, we know what a monopoly is. Charter means it's the king mandated monopoly. The king charters a monopoly. So now it's like, instead, if you're my friend, I'll be like, okay, Danny, now you're not just a shoemaker. You are His Majesty's Royal Chartered Monopoly shoemaker. You're the official shoemaker. All the other shoemakers in town, in the city, in our country,
Shoes.
they got to work for you.
Shoes.
That's when employment
Oh my God. Shoes.
was invented. There weren't employees before that.
Let's get some shoes.
There weren't employees. People worked,
Let's get
but they
some
didn't have
shoes.
jobs at companies.
Let's
it
get
wasn't.
some shoes.
It didn't work like now.
Let's get
now,
some shoes.
and instead, all the other shoemakers, instead of them making shoes and selling them, now they go work for you by the hour. Right. So that's when hourly wages happened. That's when the clock went on the tower in the medieval
shoes
village.
rule.
They didn't have clocks up there
These
before.
shoes
They
suck.
put them up really as a way
These
of
shoes
normalizing,
suck.
showing time
These shoes
is
suck.
our value. That's the highest thing now. Time is money. That's when that started. So what happened was people got really disconnected from the value they were creating. You were punching the clock. You were working 8 hours a day, 40-hour week, whatever it was, instead of working for what for the value you created. And then
Right.
what people like you figured out, what Danny, not you in real life, but Danny, the guy who runs the company, figured out is you don't even want qualified workers working for you. You want to go to the Home Depot parking lot, pick up a bunch of undocumented aliens.
Sorry, my ADD won't let me without going to that video. I'm not allowed to finish this video without watching shoes now. felt too scandalous. This hula hooping girl with fire on her felt like this girl felt like I was like watching porn or something. The internet used to be so innocent. It was like, oh my. And now we're just like, Instagram wouldn't even flag this. I think it's pretty modest for today's internet, to be honest.
Aliens and bring them in, train them in 15 minutes, and pay them minimum wage. You don't want some super qualified shoemaker that's going to demand $40 an hour. Right, so that's when we got the assembly line. That's when we developed the industrial age, so that you could train someone.
Yeah, I went to a sleepover with a girl who lived across the street when I was a kid, and I started crying because her sister shouted "fuck" from the living room, and I wasn't sad so much as just like, I had so much fear instilled into me that, like, if you say cuss words, you're gonna be in trouble. And so I cried out of, like, triggered response. And I felt so guilty that I had heard a cuss word that I went home before the night was done. Which is just across the street. But so sheltered. What a time. Are you Amish? No. It was very conservative, sheltered upbringing.
In 15 minutes
I was
to
like
do one piece of the job.
I don't remember what grade I was in. It was in elementary for sure. I can't remember which grade.
On to the next person. And
Maybe
only
second
you
grade
and
or
your
something?
other boss people know the whole process of making it. So we got that, and we also got central currency. They've decided to make all those local currencies we were using, all those poker chips, all that stuff, that's all illegal.
Well, I don't think she was, like, trying to sound cool. I think she just, like, spilled cereal on the floor or something. But, like, you know, I just gut reacted to the word.
But you can't use that anymore. Now what you have to do is borrow money from the central treasury at interest.
It was like Kurt.
So if anyone wants to buy shoes from you, you can't use your own money. The wealthy want to make money off that transaction. So the way they will is for me to have money, I've got to borrow money from the central treasury at interest, do my transactions, and then pay back more money than I borrowed. And that's a really weird-ass idea. How do you pay back more than you borrowed? Where does the other money come from? The only way to get more is the economy has to grow.
I told them there, like, after it happened, I called them and I'm like, they're saying bad words. And like, well, you can come home if you want. And I was like, okay. I think they were trying not to laugh at me, honestly. Probably like, man, this kid is sensitive.
And that's why we talk about, to this day, that's why we talk about GDP and economic growth and all that. It's not so I can have the shoes I need and people can have the stuff they need. The economy has to grow because the operating system of the economy, this central currency, needs to be paid back with interest in order for it to work. That's the kind of money we use. So we live in an economy and a society, a civilization that has to grow in order to stay functional, right? And that worked really well for colonialism, getting a new world, getting new territories, getting new enslaved people. Keep going. And we kind of ran out. Like 1950s, we kind of ran out of room, right? The Palestine pushed back, India pushed back, no more. What do we do? So let's create consumers out of Americans. We'll get people to buy more stuff. We'll use advertising to get people to buy shit they don't need just to keep the economy going, and they'll get storage.
Excuse you. I need all my boots. Shoes.
Facilities to stick all the shit they don't need, and we'll get pollution. We'll make stuff disposable so they need to buy more so that the economy can grow. And we all accept that this growth is a great thing. Finally, the internet. That's going to be the best one of all because it's going to create infinite surface area. Right? We're going to have the World Wide Web is forever. It's an infinite marketplace. But what happened was it turned out people only have so many eyeball hours in a day, right? You only have so much time you can spend.
You know what I don't need, though? 40% tax bracket.
much attention.
That's ridiculous.
So that's part of why we're seeing the breakdown of the human mind is we're mining human attention. But that's the thing that's really reached its limit, is our ability to keep growing the economy in a way that's not just hurting people. It's not just extracting value. So now it's really hard for almost anybody to make value except the people who are at the very top of that growth pyramid. And those guys see this isn't going to work anymore. That this last 1,000, 2,000 years, of growth through extraction and growth in this sort of corporatized central currency way, it's up. That one's over. So they're like, what happens after? What happens kind of after this particular capitalist extraction? And that's why you got folks like Nick Land in Europe saying, oh, it's going to be monarchy. That's what...
Taxes were not created in the same year as the Fed. Taxes have been a thing for centuries, long before America was colonized. If you mean like a percentage of your income, maybe, no. But like the concept of taxes, it's been around a long time. It wasn't always money back in the day. Sometimes it was like, pay your taxes, give however many sheeps from your flock.
It's going to come. It's no longer a capitalist society. It's a monarchic society. And then things could work like that. Some people see socialism, and that's what the Occupy people are all. We're going to have a sharing economy, and that one sounds better to me than a monarchy. And the tech bros are like, it's going to be nothing at all, right? That whole thing's going down. That's forever chemicals are forever. I don't want to live there.
Give me the
We gotta get
video,
off this
Tino.
planet. We gotta get off this planet.
Yeah. I blamed capitalism for killing the net for a long time. That was like 10 years of books. Going, look what they did to my internet. We were just going to rave and party and share. And it was a shareware. Everything was free. It was beautiful. And then they wanted to capture our attention. And they took these technologies that we were using and turned them on us, right? So instead of giving people tech to realize their visions, they used tech on people to create our visions, right? They reversed the whole thing. It became...
That was always the plan.
What they called
You just
captology,
didn't know
right?
it.
Using tech on humans to predict and steer our behavior forward, and then use AIs and algorithms, which are basically... Algorithms are almost like demons, right? I'm going to train something to use everything it knows about you to get you to act against your self-interest.
Right.
So there was that. But then I started to look and I thought,
I don't know about you, but my algorithms get me to act in my self-interest. It says, you need more color breaches. And I say, yes, I do. Thank you so much. So, not true. Okay. My algorithm knows what makes me happy.
It's not just money. It's also something about the tech and the science also is part of it. And I look back at like the origins of empirical science. It was this guy, Francis Bacon, around the same period, late Middle Ages, early Renaissance, right? It's that same period, Francis Bacon. And when he was selling the idea of empirical science, meaning evidence-based science, to the court, he said that empirical science will let us take nature by the forelock, hold her down, and submit her to our will. Right? So take nature by the hair, hold her down, and submit her to our will. That was the way early scientists looked at the world was like this scary, dark, feminine nature, moon, fairies, earthworms, unpredictable stuff. We're going to use science to make it all predictable, So you take something, you kill it, you take it apart and understand what it is. Right. It's not about life, it's about reduction, right? So anything you can weigh and measure exists. If you can't do enough metrics for it, may as well not be there. It's nothing, right? So it's like it wasn't just like anti-female, but I mean, women kind of represented that unruly. I mean, I understand. What is that? What is it thinking? How is it thinking? What does it want?
Yes.
And I need to be with it, but I'm afraid of it. And I understand they were there, but that was the way they dealt with it was to control it. So then you look at, how that scientific, that's not even scientific, I would go scientistic mindset. It was like scientism. It was sort of reductive materialist science as religion rather than science as the exploration it really is, not scientific model. It was scientific reductionism. Then that came through to the tech bros. Anything you can't quantize is not real. Anything that can't be digitally
weighed,
measured, right? Exactly. And if you don't know what it is, then it's just noise. So all that DNA, that's junk DNA.
Right.
Don't worry, but don't take my junk DNA. What's my monkey DNA or whatever? It's not junk. It's gonna just wait. I might. It's there.
Yeah.
I might need it. It's my history. It's all the species I was. I don't want to lose that. It's like anything that's not on the quantized line is expendable. Everything is kind of auto-tuned into their reality. And it's like, I get it. You want to auto-tune Ariana Grande or something? She'll be a better product, hitting the C perfectly. Go at it. Go for it. But like James Brown, right, who's like reaching up to the note and lives in that in-between space. If you auto-tune James Brown, you're literally removing the soul.
Right.
And the soul to these guys and to the digital realm is noise. It's not. The soul, it's that, all that in-between stuff you talk about on here, the in-between, the liminal, the reason why we talk about even the stuff we don't believe in is because it puts your head in that weird in-between space. Just the exercise of hearing somebody talk about aliens you decide later you don't believe in, wrapping your head around it for an hour or two, it makes you realize there's more going on here than meets the eye, right? There is a shamanic sensibility, right? But that's the scary female power nature stuff that gets quantized out, right? So those are sort of the two histories I look at.
I forgot I'm wearing green.
History of capitalism and
I'm
money,
floating!
right, which only wants to value things that it can put a dollar value on and that will expand the market for the bankers. And then a scientistic view of reality that the only things that matter are the things that have metrics and all the other stuff doesn't. And that's how you end up with this kind of sociopathic marriage going, which is like, it's funny. I mean, you want a real conspiracy story that I lived? All right. So I was in my late 20s at my first like important scientist party. I had written my first book or two. And I'm there and I see Richard Dawkins, right? The selfish gene guy who came up with the term meme, Nobel whatever scientist dude, Cambridge, the whole thing. And he's there and he's talking about memes and stuff. And he starts saying that human beings are just like computers for memes. That a meme runs a human like a program runs a computer. And that ultimately he had this very reductive view that there's nothing going on here. We're in a completely materialist world and we're going to live selfishly because our memes and genes tell us to live selfishly. And you know who was there was Naomi Wolf. Remember Naomi Wolf? She was a big feminist writer, and then she ended up becoming kind of a MAGA Kennedy.
Really?
Yeah.
She's not. The name's not ringing a bell.
Naomi
I have to see her.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, yes.
She's been on like Bannon's show a lot. She was anti-vax, and I mean, she went from being a kind of a lefty intellectual feminist to.
She got gray hair.
Yeah, she kind of horseshoed to the other side of it. But at the time, she was more.
Oh, he just blanked for a second.
More. What would the word be? More intellectually dependable to the regular classes, you know, more a New York Times, approved intellectual at that point, if lefty. She hadn't kind of gone off road yet, and she was arguing, and I saw her arguing with Dawkins, saying, "But isn't there a soul? There's something. There's spirit."
Right.
And all these dudes, it was like Dawkins and some of the other scientists of that ilk, these God delusion type scientists, were like laughing at her and kind of teasing her, and I tried to defend her because I was for a bunch of reasons, but but I wanted her to like me, I guess, and so I'm defending her, and arguing that the universe doesn't work like they're saying, these other things, and I was bringing up Wittgenstein and systems of meaning, and finally they dismissed me, and Dawkins said, "Oh, you're a moralist." Like, I didn't even know what a moralist is. I was dismissed. Oh, you're a moralist, as if like means Christian or something, or a moralist. That I believe we live in a universe that does have some sense of right and wrong, that there is a conscience, that there is an ethical something that humans can do. And 10 years later, I see Dawkins and some of the other scientists from that party in a picture on Jeffrey Epstein's Lolita Express, right? Now, they weren't going to the island. They were going to the TED conference. And I find out that Epstein had funded my literary agent and all the scientists' conferences and stuff. And I was thinking, so I'm the moralist, and they're the ones who are on Epstein's plane. So what really is going on here is that the marriage of these things is Epstein funded, and he did. He funded these particularly scientistic kind of anti-spiritual scientists as a way of kind of justifying the exploitation of all these other people. If people don't have souls, if people aren't even really real, they're not even conscious, they're just kind of machine animals, then it's okay to have a harem of 14-year-old girls. What are they? They're not real, right? Nature, we're going to hold her down by the forelock and submit her to our will because she's just stuck. There's nothing. And that was when I saw the sort of the sociopathic tendency of the kind of tech bro scientist to look at everything as programmable matter rather than an other, right? There's another person there. That's not a thing to exploit. That's a human. It really dovetailed perfectly with the billionaire sociopathic view of the rest of humanity. And that's how they get to this weird version of transhumanism, where the super elite can leave everyone behind in order to pursue.
I've always wondered
dreams.
though, what is that something that's baked into us from the jump, or is that something that just happens when you attain that level of financial wealth and power? Is that something that bubbles up out of the human psyche naturally? Because this stuff goes back to like early Greece. This stuff goes back.
Pharaoh.
What is the Greek emperor Tiberius? Who like famously had was like arresting and killing children all day long on his island. And there's tons of stories of this stuff going back to ancient Greece and ancient Rome, and is this just some like freak genetic abnormality in some people that also happens to coincide with becoming a billionaire at the top of society?
Yeah.
Or is it
I kind of disagree with this take that he said, that like convincing yourself that there is no moral and that people don't have souls, so it doesn't like really matter. It's like I actually think that the people who think like humans don't have souls are more likely to just be passive in life, and I think it's the people that want to torture souls and get a high off of it and do the ritual shit that would be like preying on children. I don't know. I could be wrong, but I get the feeling that he definitely did believe in that stuff, and that's like what made him feel powerful. But I don't know.
What happens when you attain all of that power? I wonder.
There's some of both, right? So it is true, and I talk about these actually in that book. There are studies that show, like, basically you take a billionaire and put them in an MRI machine, show them a picture of like a starving baby. The parts of your or my brain that would light up in empathy don't for them. So as you get wealthier, your empathy decreases. And it's not that people with low empathy end up doing well, although that might be true too. It's that as you get wealthy, you help less. Wealthier people help less in the street. You just do. You have less.
Yeah.
You do separate. It's part of the way you justify. You have to justify after the fact that you've gotten there.
I think it depends on how you got wealthy too, though.
Yeah,
because I know super wealthy people who are not like that at all.
Some. Yeah, some. But they must have good upbringings or strong anchor. The other thing you bring up, which is interesting, is some percent, 1 out of 100, 5 out of 100 of humans are going to have a sociopathic tendency. That's just the way we are.
Yeah.
If one, say 5 out of 100, even 10 out of are going to have that. So then the question is the landscape in which your society is operating, is it a landscape that rewards the sociopath or prevents the sociopath from gaining power?
If you enjoy watching our show on Spotify or YouTube and you want to be more involved, I encourage you to please come check out our Patreon community. Not only does our we're all Aqua Coffee.
Oh, it was the end of the video. It was interesting. Did Tino post that video? Yeah.
Looking for an ice.
Start over.
Into Antarctica, looking for an ice wall, and I saw something else completely. So many people are talking about this giant ice wall in Antarctica that is essentially sort of containing the planet, and there are lands beyond the ice wall. So I wanted to go there as a remote viewer myself to see what is actually going on in Antarctica, and could I find this supposed ice wall? And if so, what's behind it? Yeah, hate to say it, I didn't find an ice wall in this respect. I found an ice shelf, I found a huge landmass, but I did not find this supposed ice wall. However, I did find something else totally intriguing. I stumbled across not only just an underground military base, which I've known about for a long time, but beside it is a giant hole. A hole that has been covered up by Google, has been covered up by satellites, and has been covered up by NASA, honestly, since the technology has come out. There are flight restrictions, there are personnel restrictions, and a lot of people are pointing to it's got to be the ice wall, it's got to be the land beyond the ice wall, and from what I see, it is all around this giant hole. They don't want you to know that it's there. So what is it? This giant hole in Antarctica is the biggest doorway to Hollow Earth or Inner Earth civilizations. And let me tell you, when you follow that hole down, it is like an entire city, not even just a city, but like an ecosystem. Its very own ecosystem, similar to the Earth, but different. Even the plants, the civilizations, the species, the beings that are down there are so very different than our own. The military base and the restrictions around Antarctica are all circulating around this giant doorway. They don't want you knowing about it, they don't want you going there, and they definitely don't want what's ever in there to come out and start communicating with us. So of course, like any good remote viewer, what did I do? I went into the hole, and I ended up talking to a being down there, and I got the inside scoop on what they believe is going on planet Earth right now, and what the future looks like, especially when it comes down to the Inner Earth civilization. So if you want to know about all of that and everything I discovered and so much more, check out my recent video on YouTube or my website right now. It's called Beyond the Antarctic Ice Wall.
Okay.
Check it out.
It's on YouTube? Is it a subscriber-only video? If not, she really missed the opportunity to make it such. Where is this video? I don't see anything but Antarctica. Huh?
So,
where is it? She wants us to watch every video looking for it.
So I went to Antarctica.
This is the same video.
So if you want to know about all of that and everything I discovered and so much more, check out my recent video on YouTube.
Where? Where? No, she's talks about the Galactic Federation. No, no. I guess that's how you don't get deleted, though. You have to say a bunch of bullshit, too. Claimed to be abducted and eventually developed psionic powers. I mean, yeah, whatever. I'm not gonna say someone didn't have an experience. I don't know them. If you want to see the video where I got probed, make sure to check out the link tree in my bio. That's where she could have gone with it, you know, but she didn't. So I guess for props to that. If you want to see what's in my giant hole, I'll leave a link below. Look, there's so many ways you could have monetized this. But I didn't see an OF link, so you know, that's fine. I mean, that is what it is. OF not detected, opinion accepted? I don't know. Let's hear about the hole, lady. Drop the vid! Don't just tease us. She claims to have dated a reptilian. Did you talk about his dick size? Or is that behind a paywall? Interesting. The future's already happened. Oh, shut up. Why are they so cute?
A small spider begins its day asleep, nestled inside its web hammock. A tiny bed it spun from silk. And here it looks like the spider does something.
Go back to the spider!
Million neurons. And somehow, some way, scientists think this tiny brain is one of the most capable.
Why is it so cute? It has no right.
In the invertebrate world. People have sensed this for a long time, especially the people who keep jumping spiders as pets. They are loved not just because they look like a Pixar
Dude,
invention.
that would give me so much anxiety trying to keep track of it.
It's because they have big personalities and a level of awareness you just don't see in other creatures this small. And this isn't just a layperson's impression. Science agrees. They can jump far, yes, but they also jump with extreme precision. They're able to learn more quickly than much larger animals, vertebrates even, like pigeons. Some can even plan routes, keeping a detailed mental picture of their goal.
Dude, the fact that they can spin webs with such detail is
other spiders as
proof enough for me.
as rivals, mates, or familiar neighbors. And some species perform one of the most elaborate and beautiful courtship dances known in the animal kingdom.
It's cool.
And astonishingly, jumping spiders might even have an inner world, a world that they dream about every night. I had hoped to find one in the wild that I could show you in this video, but at the time of writing this, it's February in New England. I figured I was going to have to wait until summer to find one in the woods and release this video much later. But to my complete surprise, the other day I found one. In the middle of a blizzard. I was clearing a path for my dog in the 2 feet of snow we just got, and excavated an old dog bowl that had been sitting upside down here and buried for who knows how long. And there it was. It's hard to see, but it's there. Asleep, curled inside its hammock. Maybe even dreaming. So how can such a small spider with such a small brain be this smart? Why does it seem so different from other spiders? How do scientists even measure intelligence in an animal like this? And in what ways can these tiny predators rival or even surpass animals with brains many times larger?
Bro looks like Bert and Ernie with that hair. So cute.
Animals with brains many times larger.
The fuzzy little hair at the top.
Of the 50,000 known species of spiders, jumping spiders make up about 6,000 species.
Oh, wow.
They're small, hairy spiders with compact bodies and short, sturdy legs, and are found on every continent except Antarctica. And even within
they're
this
afraid of
group,
the mantis
there is
people.
a huge amount of diversity. Some, like Portia spiders, are relatively large and feed on other spiders. Other jumping spiders are smaller. Some are cuter, some less cute. Some even mimic other dangerous things like ants or scorpions.
No, I
Some
haven't
have
seen that,
colors
Tina.
so vibrant it's hard to believe. Others camouflage remarkably well. The largest species, aptly called the giant jumping spider, can grow to be about 1 inch or 2.5 centimeters long, which is still not that big. And the smallest known species of jumping spider is Neonella vanula, which is almost impossibly tiny, with adults measuring about 1.5 millimeters long. This one's brain would be microscopic. The one I found is extremely small. I think it's a bronze jumper. It's so small that I had trouble filming it. I don't have a macro lens. But with some magnifying glasses and a phone, we can still get a decent look. In the past, before working on this video, I never would have noticed its tiny little silk hammock on the side of that bowl. And if I had seen it crawling in my house, I wouldn't have known that it's one of the coolest animals on the planet. But even a spider this small is a terrifying predator, if you were also very small, that is. Because jumping spiders don't hunt by trapping prey in their webs like we think most spiders do. Instead, they are ambush hunters. Once a spider spots a prey animal, like a fly for example, it will stop and freeze, keeping its eyes locked onto target. Then, slowly, the spider starts to creep and its body lowers. Then, when the moment is right, it launches. The jump itself is powered primarily by the rear legs, especially the fourth pair of legs, which provide most of the thrust. Unlike vertebrates that use muscles, the jump is driven largely by hydraulic pressure. The spider rapidly increases internal fluid pressure to extend its legs explosively. The front legs are not used for propulsion. Instead, they are held forward during the leap and are the first to contact the prey. These legs help grab, pin, and stabilize the insect on landing. Almost simultaneously, the spider delivers a venomous bite to subdue the prey. If this feels familiar, it's because this is a lot like how cats hunt. Not the venom or hydraulics, obviously, but everything else.
Why they gotta show a baby
even
dying?
more incredible is that the spider doesn't necessarily jump at the prey. In some rare cases, it seems that they can leap through the air towards the point it has calculated that the prey is going to be, not where it is now, enabling the spider to snatch the prey out of mid-air. But how deliberate are these jumps really? Are they just flinging themselves and hoping for the best? A 2018 study gives us a hint. Researchers used high-speed video to record and analyze the jumping behavior of a regal jumping spider across a range of jumping challenges. Each jump had a different distance or different elevation. They measured the kinematics of each jump and found that the takeoff angle and body posture changed depending on the distance and elevation of the gap in front of it. You can see it easily. Look at this jump, a short horizontal jump. The spider uses a lower takeoff angle to minimize flight time. Now look at this longer jump. the spider uses a steeper angle, something that saves energy. And the farther the jump, the steeper the angle. It's clear that the spider is calculating its jump in advance rather than leaping randomly. Some species can jump distances a few times larger than their body length, and some many times their body length. For at least one species, Colonus puerperis, there is a documented horizontal jump of 23 centimeters from a male spider about 6.2 millimeters long, i.e. 38 times its body length. This is especially impressive considering jumping spiders usually start their jump from a stationary position, no lead up or running to get momentum. And there's something else you can see in some of these videos. The spider's drag line. It's an area of ongoing investigation, but scientists think drag lines might be used to adjust the spider's mid-air trajectory by allowing them to control rotation and direction as they jump. The tension in the silk might slightly pull or correct its path, and this silk is really tough. But how does it rank with the other spiders? For a long time, scientists thought orb weaver silk was the toughest natural material on Earth. The silk from Darwin's bark spider has long held the top rank for toughness. It's a spider that builds some of the largest webs on Earth, often over a meter wide, but sometimes spanning over 25 meters. Jeez. But a 2021 study found that the silk of zebra jumping spiders rivaled the toughness of Darwin's bark spider and exceeded the vast majority of all other orb weavers. This sounds kind of impressive, sure, but what makes it mind-blowingly impressive is that jumping spiders make this silk dozens of times faster than orb weavers. Normally when a material is produced very quickly, the internal molecules don't have time to align neatly, so you get more disorder and defects. The result is usually weaker, less tough material. But jumping spiders break this rule. They evolved a way to maintain molecular order at extreme speeds. And this toughness is important, because in case the spider misses its target or falls, that silk line acts like a rock climber's safety rope. But the thing is, a jumping spider rarely misses. So how exactly is this tiny predator measuring the distances so accurately? The answer starts with its eyes. When thinking about animal vision, there's usually a simple rule. Bigger eyes means finer detail. This is a chart that shows it as a clear trend. As eye size increases, visual acuity increases too. A simple upward line. Most insects sit low on that line, limited by compound eyes, while larger animals climb higher with birds of prey at the very top. But jumping spiders break this pattern. They sit far above the curve, seeing with a level of detail that their tiny eyes shouldn't allow. They're better than rats, they're better than most fish, as good as an elephant. How is this possible?
Sheesh.
Jumping spiders possess several pairs of eyes. There are the huge ones at the front, and then there are 3 pairs cascading down their head. Do these eyes provide redundancy, or do they all do different things? A 1928 study investigated this question using a particularly cute technique: tiny little eye patches. Normally when a jumping spider detects motion, it will spin its body to orient its principal eyes to that moving object. But when scientists blocked the posterior lateral eyes and moved an object behind a spider, the spider didn't turn towards the moving object. When the scientists blocked the posterior median eyes and moved an object above the spider didn't reorient itself.
I wonder if it just makes it like increases their field of vision, like panoramic almost.
Blocked the anterior lateral eyes and moved an object towards the front, they reacted more slowly. This showed that each set of these secondary eyes detects motion in a specific part of a nearly 360-degree visual field that wraps around the spider like a dome. But conversely, when they covered the anterior median eyes, the large forward-facing ones, the spiders could see the motion but couldn't seem to fixate precisely on objects. They knew something was there, but they couldn't examine it well. This showed that the secondary eyes detect motion and the principal eyes analyze it. I saw this myself. When I gently moved a stick into the spider I found's field of view, it didn't react immediately. First, it noticed something with its peripheral eyes. Then slowly it turned its body, aligning its large forward-facing eyes with the object, locking on, inspecting it.
So you can kind of think of the secondary eyes giving them the scene, essentially in black and white, and then these principal eyes moving around, filling it in with color and pattern, any place.
What is this bullshit in the chat? This audacity. Hey girl, say hi. Why? Hi, say hi. Why are you so shy to greet people? Did you treat male streamers this way? Did you go up to Asmongold and pester him to say hi to you? What is wrong with you? I'm watching a video, for one. For two, who are you to be so entitled?
That they might be interested in looking.
To understand more about jumping spider vision, I spoke with Dr. Nathan Morehouse, Associate Professor in the Department of Biological Sciences at the University of Cincinnati and expert in spider vision.
The secondary eyes are what we would call simple eyes. I dislike that name because it makes them sound simple and they're not. Our eyes are simple eyes. You can also call them camera eyes. The idea there is that they have a lens, often with a little bit of a clear space between the lens and the retina, but the retina is a sheet of photoreceptive cells. And so they really do work like a camera, right? You've got a lens and then you've got a sensor or a piece of film or whatever.
But the principal eyes are built very differently from that, and they are widely considered the most sophisticated eyes relative to their size in the animal kingdom. These eyes are not round, but long and tubular, basically like small telephoto lenses. And the first weird thing about them is that they have two large lenses.
And so what that does is it takes the image that first lens focuses down the tube and it blows it up onto the underlying retina. So that already helps these animals improve their ability to see pattern and detail in the world.
But it gets weirder.
But then underneath that lens system is a retina, but it's not a sheet of cells. It's layers of cells, and parts of the field of view of that retina have 4 sets of cells stacked on top of each other. And that does a bunch of things for them. One, it allows them color vision because the cells in different layers are typically sensitive to different wavelengths or colors of light.
Retina stacking also gives them sharper vision. Lenses naturally focus different wavelengths of light at different depths, which can blur color vision. This is called chromatic aberration. But the jumping spider's stacked retinal layers align each type of light, like UV or green light, exactly where it comes into focus. And interestingly, because of this unusual structure, these spiders likely only need one eye for depth perception.
And the way they do that is by comparing how in focus something is in the bottom 2 tiers of the retina. Because objects at different distances will be more in focus in one of those tiers than in the other, they can use the difference in focus to evaluate how far away something is. It's something called depth via defocus.
But as sophisticated as these eyes may be, they are not without their own challenges. As any photographer knows, a telephoto lens is great for sharpness and seeing at a distance, but they have a very narrow and fixed field of view, and the spiders can't move their eyes around like we can. They compensate for this partly by moving their bodies around to get a better look at something, but they also do something else extremely weird and cool. They can move their retinas. This spider is so transparent that you can actually see it happening.
They are able to move the retina around inside the head, swung on that long tube, which is flexible, powered by 6 muscles attached to the back of the retina and then to the body, and it allows them to swing it left and right and up and down, and of course at angles, but also it allows them to twist it for reasons that we don't fully understand yet, but that might allow them some additional visual capabilities. So they essentially have a movable fovea.
So it's not their whole eye that moves like ours do, but rather the parts within the eye.
It's really interesting because these are all really cool solves, like engineering solves in a certain way for challenges that an eye built like this might face.
And they use their little legs to keep their eyeballs clean. With these eyes all combined, over the course of evolution, these spiders became elite predators, and the need to spin a web to catch prey disappeared. An ambush predator with incredible vision doesn't need a passive trap, but hunting with their eyes added some increased pressure. They had to start making decisions. They had to choose which prey is worth the energy, decide when to strike, and plan how to approach. So in this new world, the spiders needed the computing power to make that possible. An intelligent spider was born. Intelligence in animals is fun to think about and compelling to witness, but measuring it is actually not straightforward. There's no single intellectual scale by which to measure animals. However, there are certain things that can be tested. Things like an animal's ability to learn. A 2013 study did exactly this with the fence post jumping spider, using an experimental technique called reversal learning. Reversal learning experiments are a simple way scientists
animals are
test
so
how
smart. People are fucking retarded who don't think animals are smart.
flexible an animal's thinking is. They test whether an animal can let go of an old rule when it stops working. In one experiment, researchers presented spiders with 2 drops of water, one blue and one yellow. The blue drop on the left contained sugar, a tasty reward. The yellow drop on the right contained citric acid, something spiders strongly avoid. After a short time, the spiders learned the rule. Blue on the left means food. But then the researchers reversed it. So now the blue drop contained citric acid and the yellow one had sugar. At first, the spiders naturally approached the blue droplet seeking their treat. They instead got a sour shock. If a spider kept choosing blue again and again even after this first shock, that would suggest rigid habitual behavior. But that's not what happened. The spiders adapted almost immediately. 10 out of 12 spiders chose correctly on the very first trial after the reversal. There was no extended period of trial and error, no gradual improvement over multiple attempts. The spiders behaved as if they noticed that the world had changed and updated their expectations right away. This all looks a lot like flexible learning. Certain larger animals with much larger brains often can't achieve what the jumping spiders did. Pigeons, for example, have brains millions of times larger than a jumping spider's, yet in classic visual reversal learning experiments, pigeons often kept choosing the old option again and again, sometimes for dozens of trials, even when it no longer produced a reward. This doesn't necessarily mean they're stupid, they're just relying heavily on reinforcement history. Once a habit forms, it's hard to break. And conversely, this doesn't prove that jumping spiders are hyper-intelligent. It shows us that they use specific visual cues and can update their behavior very quickly. But we're not done, because a jumping spider's cognitive ability doesn't stop there. Jumping spiders prey on a variety of other small creatures. But for some species like those in the Portia genus, one of their favorite prey items is other spiders.
Ooh.
And hunting another predator like this is no easy feat. Other spiders who sit in their webs can detect vibrations, see movement, retaliate, or even kill the jumping spider if the approach is wrong. So instead of where's the prey, the jumping spider has to ask, how do I get there without being seen, without triggering the web, and without giving myself away? So often the most effective way to hunt the spider is not to reflexively pounce on it once it's spotted, but to strategize a flawless approach. This is where planning enters. A 2016 study showed just how able and willing spiders of the genus Portia are to plan detours to attack prey. The researchers created a sort of complex apparatus full of paths and bridges zigzagging over a tray of water. Jumping spiders are known to hate water. The cat analogy is still going strong here. The spider emerged from a hole on an elevated tower and was able to see 2 boxes before it. Box A with nothing in it, and Box B with its favorite meal, a wall spider. The boxes were way too far for the spider to leap to it, so to get to it, the spider would have to descend from its tower and go on a journey along the apparatus. But the problem was, once the spider left its tower, it could no longer see the prey, and when it got to a crossroads, it would have to choose which path to take, the correct path that eventually led back to the prey box, or the incorrect one that went nowhere. If the jumping spiders simply used instinct or random trial and error, it would sometimes head down the wrong path, or wander aimlessly. But that isn't what happened. Across all 15 species tested, the spiders chose the correct path significantly more often than the incorrect one. This shows that they see the full problem ahead of time, evaluate the alternatives, and select the correct route before they even begin moving. It's behavior consistent with planning ahead, not reflexive wandering. This behavior only makes sense if the spider believes the prey continues to exist even when it's no longer visible. If the prey simply ceased to exist once out of sight, the spider would abandon its plan or wander randomly.
One of the things that jumping spiders are able to do is see much, much farther away than they can do something immediately to react to. And so this capacity to plan and to find a route, etc., comes from the fact that they can see parts of the world that they can't act on right away. I don't think a lot of people appreciate, if they haven't actually spent time around those spiders, how kind of creepily slow they are about coming to these types of choices around their world. They spend a lot of time just lurking and watching while they, I think, are processing. They're essentially taking all of this information and then in very clever ways that we don't understand, simplifying it in a way that allows them to come to some kind of intelligent
What do you mean simplifying it? Why are you acting like it has to be simplified for the spider to understand? Now you're just discrediting the spiders. Jeez.
So much of jumping spider cognition seems to be related to their hunting strategy. Finding, tracking, and subduing difficult prey. But that is not the only thing they look for using their great eyesight and remarkable brains. They're also looking for each other. For us and many vertebrates, seeing another member of our species isn't just about what they are, but about who they are. This is an ability we take for granted. Recognizing specific individuals of your own species is one of the most complex perceptual tasks in biology. It requires detecting subtle differences between individuals that often look nearly identical. Those differences can change over time.
Most animals do this.
Posture or movement. And once detected, they have to be stored in long-term memory and accurately matched later, often using limited sensory information. We thought for a long time that only animals with large brains and rich social lives like primates, birds, or dolphins were able to do it. We thought that most small-brained animals didn't have the computing power and instead just relied on simpler strategies like recognizing broad categories, like kin versus non-kin, or dominant versus subordinate, or a potential mate versus rival. But a 2024 study challenged that assumption. Researchers designed an experiment that asked a simple question: does a jumping spider treat a familiar individual differently from a stranger, even after time has passed? To test this, they took two regal jumping spiders, A and B, and exposed them to each other for 7 minutes. During this time, they would walk towards each other and get acquainted. They were then visually separated for 3 minutes using an opaque barrier. Then, during the interlude, the researchers would either leave Spider B in place or replace it with Spider C. They would then remove the barrier and see how Spider A reacted. And what they found was compelling. For the individuals the spiders had already hung out with, they weren't as interested. They kept their distance. For the new individual, there were clear signs of interest, like moving closer. The researchers then repeated the experiment with hours of separation instead of minutes, and the pattern remained. The spiders were more interested in the new guys, less interested in the original guys. And this pattern was extremely strong and statistically robust. So this implies that jumping spiders are capable of recognizing specific individuals, not just categories. This is incredible, but why they do this is still a little perplexing. From all we know, regal jumping spiders have a limited amount of repeated encounters with the same individuals in the wild. So is this all just a side effect of being kind of smart in general? Maybe, but the researchers of this study have a different idea. Sometimes in nature, territorial animals express reduced aggression towards familiar foes, while being extra aggressive towards completely new individuals. It's sort of a the devil you know effect. It's called the dear enemy phenomenon. The researchers of this study suggest this could be why the jumping spiders would have had the evolutionary pressure to evolve this type of cognitive capacity, to more easily coexist with rival neighbors. However, more studies would need to be done to know for sure. But nevertheless, this specific behavior is one of the main reasons we humans are so attracted to them. We don't know for sure that this ability translates across species for the jumping spiders, but people often say that their jumping spiders acknowledge them when they walk in the room, that they do this more so with their favorite people, that they are observant, that they are aware. Recognizing another
How do you
individual
keep
is
a-
already
How do
a
you keep a
remarkable
jumping spider as a
cognitive
pet?
feat.
What if it jumps
But for
off
some
and then you
jumping
can't find it?
spiders, it isn't enough
How
to
do-
simply tell
how?
one member of their species
What
from
is
another.
this?
They have to ask the question,
You gotta have like
which
white
one
floors,
is
no
worth
carpet
mating
or
with?
something.
For
I don't know.
peacock spiders, the answer unfolds in one of the most elaborate dances on Earth.
With peacock spiders, you pretty much have a bird of paradise on a much smaller scale.
This is Jürgen Otto, a photographer whose photos of peacock spiders launched them into the limelight for the first time in 2008. When he started photographing them, there were 6 known species. Now there are 106 and counting. Almost all of them live in Australia, some in New Zealand, and there might be one in China.
The diversity is incredible, particularly if you look at all the different colors and patterns.
That's cool,
And
though.
every time you find a new one, it's just a new, exciting time. When a new species is discovered, okay, you can see
Ooh,
a
the
little
green
bit
one's
it's
pretty.
different from others, but you don't know exactly how different it is until you get the male to display.
When I first came across Jürgen's website, my jaw hit the floor with just how many different peacock spiders there are. I had seen Meritus volans before and thought that was the only one, but I was so wrong. There are so many incredible peacock spiders, each one of them with incredible colors and patterns.
If you ask a human to come up with patterns, he wouldn't come up with any of these ones. They're sort of out of a different world.
And not only do their colors differ, so does their behavior.
Whoa.
Take Meritus volans, the best known peacock spider.
At first, the male, you see how he gets excited and starts vibrating his body. Then he putting up 2 legs into the air, the third pair of legs, raises
crazy.
them. Then up come the flaps when the spider walks from side to side.
This dance is characterized by his brilliantly colored abdominal flap, revealing iridescent blues, reds, yellows, and
Pretty.
blacks, arranged in bold geometric patterns, and leg motions that are highly patterned, with specific angles, pauses, and tempos.
But then there are others who do something very different. For example, there's a group of spiders that we call the Vespa group, where the male also uses his legs in a similar way, but
The fact that they're so colorful probably also means the spiders can see in color like we can, which is crazy.
the female approach
Like,
to a
think
very
like
close distance
color
of
and
2-3
360 vision.
millimeters. And
That's
then he sort of puts in a show where he shows his flaps on one side maybe, and then lets it disappear again and puts them up on the other side. So it keeps the female constantly entertained and the female constantly following the movements of these flaps. This is interesting because the female is at such close proximity.
So it just gets her so dizzy that she just like goes into shock mode for a sec, and then he mounts her.
And then she could
Seems
easily
kind of-
jump on that male and devour him if she wanted to.
She's just
So
like-
the male's under constant pressure to perform. Another
I don't
one
know.
that comes to mind is there's some
Like, I think
species
she
that
gets, like,
lift
drunk
the abdomen up
the most.
while they're pushing themselves up on the legs and then can rotate the abdomen underneath the bodies to let the female see the underside of it. Some species don't have flaps at all and don't even bother to putting up the abdomen to show it because it's not particularly interesting, but they have a very blue face, as Martus Personatus that I'm thinking of. And he just uses
dancing
his
for her.
legs, leg movements and vibration of the body. There's Maratus tortoise, one of my favorite ones, who shows the female one side of the flap and then with a like swishing motion shows her the other side and just keeps on doing it in close proximity to the female.
And what's even more incredible is that each species doesn't just have a single dance, but a whole repertoire of different moves. Moves that are employed at different times of the courtship, but not always in the same sequence. Each of these moves probably has a specific purpose. And on top of this, a 2011 study documented
Damn,
that they
spiders are
also
so
produce
romantic. Who
vibrational
knew?
songs. The researchers found that males produce distinct, repeatable vibration patterns by rapidly tapping and scraping the substrate with their legs and abdomen. You can hear them. The vibrational signals consist of short pulses, buzzes, and longer broadband components, with dominant frequencies generally in the low hundreds of hertz, well within the sensitivity range of jumping spider mechanoreceptors. The female can't hear these sounds in the air. She feels them through the substrate.
Is she
But aren't these
alive?
sounds
She's
just a
hardly moving.
byproduct of their flashy movement? The scientists don't think so. The sounds still happen when the male spider isn't doing the best parts of his dance, and even when the spiders can't see each other. The authors conclude that females are likely evaluating males based on a combined signal, integrating vibratory information with visual cues. And the stakes in all of this are very high. The female is larger, unimpressed by default, and is perfectly capable of killing and eating him if the performance is wrong, or even if it's right, but poorly timed. But if he does this all correctly, he gets the chance to mate. This all absolutely blows my mind. Invertebrates court all the time, crickets sing, fireflies flash, moths release pheromones. But what makes the peacock spider different is the complexity of this. The signal is multimodal. Color, motion, timing, posture, and vibration are coordinated.
You see, rape would be fixed in humans if females had retractable teeth in their vagina. Teeth by default, when she wants it, she retracts it. Man, solves so many problems.
Into a single performance. Plus, these dances can be anywhere from a few minutes long to an entire hour. This all fundamentally violates our expectations about simple animal minds.
I definitely think there's a lot of cognition going on. If you watch their behavior, you see how constantly the male judges the reaction of the female and adjusts its behavior accordingly. This doesn't happen like a programmed thing. There's constant variation in it, depending on each other's reaction.
But weirdly, males will even dance for females that aren't even the same species as them. Can they not tell? Do they not care? Usually the females will ignore these males, but not always. Sometimes the females will watch, captivated. Could certain species even be capable of interbreeding? We don't know the answer to this, but it would be a fascinating line of inquiry for research. And look how freaking small it is. Sometimes watching the clips of these animals, I forget the scale.
Even if you tell people how small they are, I keep telling people that between 2 and 4 millimeters, but it doesn't compute until they actually see them, and they're still surprised how small they are. This is one of the main things with peacock spiders, that any of this behavior that we recognize and observe would be sort of less astonishing if it was in a large animal, in a vertebrate. But seeing this in such small animals just is unbelievable for most people.
They are so impossibly small for being this impossibly clever. If all of this so far has your imagination spinning, wondering about the inner worlds of these spiders, you're not alone. I can't help but wonder if they can form expectations, remember individuals, and solve problems. Then is there a subjective experience inside that tiny nervous system? Is there any way to ever actually know this?
Those big eyes.
There probably isn't, not exactly anyway, but it's really hard not to speculate. People who keep these spiders as pets have endless stories of moments that seem truly inquisitive, like this spider that seems to be looking at his own reflection, pondering its own existence. I know I'm anthropomorphizing, okay, but I also believe there's more going on here than we realize. A 2022 study begins to reveal just how mentally sophisticated jumping spiders might be. Scientists wanted to know whether these tiny predators don't just rest at night, but whether their sleep is structured in distinct phases like ours. To test this, researchers filmed young jumping spiders while they slept. They focused on juveniles because, unlike adults, their cuticle is still transparent. And remember how through the transparent cuticle we could see the spider's retinal movement? This little feature allowed the scientists to do something almost unheard of in an invertebrate: watch eye movement during its sleep. By filming sleeping juvenile jumping spiders, researchers could directly observe retinal motion between the cuticle and ask whether jumping spiders show a REM-like sleep state. For vertebrates, REM sleep is characterized by eye movement and muscle twitching. And sure enough, the spiders exhibited regular, periodic bursts of retinal movement. These eye movements were rhythmic, consistent in duration and interval, and increased in length as the night progressed. These retinal movements were also tightly linked with muscle twitches and stereotyped leg curling actions, behaviors analogous to the twitching that we do during REM sleep.
One of my favorite things was watching the newborn puppies do their little puppy twitches in their sleep. Because they're so small that like their whole body moves instead of just like their paw or something, so they're like it's like a spasm.
first strong evidence
So
of REM-like
cute.
sleep
So
in
cute.
invertebrates. And this is mind-blowing because of what we know about REM sleep. For us, REM sleep plays a major role in stabilizing and integrating memories. Everything from emotional memories to memories regarding new skills and patterns to associative links between ideas. REM sleep seems to reorganize new information. It also works to regulate our emotions and build new neural pathways. And most fascinatingly, our most vivid, narrative dreams occur during REM.
One hypothesis about why they might be doing this is focused on a much larger concept of the function of dreams. My understanding of one of the functions of dreams is that it is a way of trying out models of the world, predictive models of the world, while avoiding the costs of them, right? So you can try out how your body.
Look at this little cutie while he was sleeping. This was Rocky, who's now called Coda. So cute. Humans are so cute. So tiny. Anyways.
Body would react to flying
baby.
without needing to jump off a building, right? And you do this in your dreams so that your brain can be better prepared for the world when you're awake.
We thought for a long time that this was exclusive to vertebrates, that dreaming probably didn't exist in the arthropods, the insects, the smallest small-brained creatures of our world. But the jumping spider challenges all of this. Perhaps it doesn't have to do with brain size. Perhaps it has more to do with an animal's visual system. I've heard some people argue that because they're such visual creatures, it could have something to do with consolidating the things they've seen during the day, like their memories.
Yeah, I mean, they do have memory. We've been able to teach them to avoid or prefer particular colors in prey, and those memories seem to last for about 2.
Look at this one too. Spasms. That is so cute. He just zonked. Spasm. The REM sleep spazies. So cute.
Weeks, so it is possible that they are essentially updating their cognitive model of the world, reinforcing memories, or trying out new possibilities. It's not really clear.
Does all of this mean that they are literally dreaming? Seeing images, replaying fights with other spiders, feeling like they're jumping through molasses? Maybe, but we'll probably never know for sure. But all of this does suggest that vision is being processed offline, and that even tiny brains may need downtime to process the world. It's so hard not to anthropomorphize, but when you're around them, it's impossible not to.
Yeah, I think it's fine. I mean, we do have, in the Venn diagram of how we experience the world with jumping spiders, the part that's shared is probably very narrow, but we do share some of our world, and I think anthropomorphization has a bad rap for good reason because we can over-apply it. But in reality, I do think that more of our world is shared with the perceptual worlds of other animals. And so some of our instincts and intuitions there are probably not wrong. We just have to be cautious about it.
This all leaves me with one final question. How do you get that much computing power in such a tiny little brain? It's the fundamental neuroscience question about jumping spiders. And the answer is really cool and kind of complicated. And it was going to be hard to illustrate, and this video is already really long, and I was out of time. So rather than add a final segment to this video, I've written a short article that answers this question that you can read for free over on my Patreon. I'm going to use Patreon for regular updates about the channel and about my life, and any cool creature I might have found that day. Think of it like a free newsletter. You just have to join as a free member. And if you've ever watched my work and want me to be able to keep doing it, there are a few ways to help out financially. At the $5 tier, you'll get all of the same updates, plus access to a chat room where I humbly request that people show me pictures of the cool $20 glitz most videos on the
Also
channel.
cute.
And the second 90 pack eagers of whatever.
Alright. Fascinating video. Let me see. Look at this one of the puppies doing their REM sleep spasms. They're so cute. I just like their little spasms. So funny. You're gonna see his like whole body twitching. It's like, ah. So tiny. No, they're not seizures, just the REM sleep twitches. They're so small. Little potatoes. Just little potatoes. So cute. Let me see. Oh, this one's cute too. Look at the brothers. Those Ryder and Prince. Ah, here we go. They're so cute. I love them. These little babies. Little babies. What do you mean, why so many vids? Because they're adorable. Look at this pile of cuties. All three little merle puppies curled up together, twitching. They're so cute. So precious. Look at this little guy. Oh, the collar's green. Mr. Loki. Such a tiny little potato. Oh, they yawn. So cute. They were so small. Such tiny babies. Oh, little Ella. Such a cutie. Full of milk. So chunky. Just a little baby. Oh, the stretch. 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 Sleepy. Just so cute. So tiny. This was Ryder on the bottom and Ella on top. They're just so cute. Ooh. I did keep them. They're 2 years old now. They're so precious. Hmm. Oh. Look how tiny Loki was. Oh, the blanket was green, so now it looks green screened. So tiny. He was learning to walk. Just barely opened his eyes. He's so cute. He's still so wiggly. So cute. Just a little baby. Oh, just a little guy wiggling around. They're so precious. So cute. Let me see. Look at little Ryder. Little Ryder. Oh, just a baby. Oh, Loki getting his nails grinded while he's sleepy. He's just so cute. Just a cute little boo-boo. All Ryder in the Tesla truck. So cute. Just babies. So many babies. Let's see. Look at that cute. Oh, folks, look at that cutie. Oh, so roly. Oh, the face. No, potty pads. Let's see. I wonder if I have any of them playing with that toy gym of PVC pipes. I don't know if I do. I feel like I should somewhere. But I don't see it in the gallery. Oh, we've got the ball pit though. Oh my goodness. There's so much fun in that one. Let's see. I like the jungle gym too. Oh, I forgot. Look at them in the wagons. Going out to the yard. Oh, they're so cute. Oh, they grow so fast. And then their first time outside. Oh, the green grass. First time outside. Let me turn off the green screen. There you go. Yeah, those babies having so much fun. Oh, so much fun. I love this one too, of Mommy and them. Mommy just holding a toy. So cute. So cute. Ella's like, oh my god, it's spraying stuff. It's all wet. Oh. So cute. Yes, Princess is their mom. She gave birth to them. This one was really cute. Look at all the puppies watching Daddy do tricks. They're so interested. They're so cute. They're so cute. Oh my gosh, I forgot about this. He was so cute. It's adorable. I don't know where the jungle gym is. I had it, pictures or videos of it. Somewhere. Maybe not. Maybe I have to go to the album, like the show picture location or whatever. If I can find out when I had it, let me see. Show in all photos. There we go. I don't know. I'll have to find it some other time, I guess. I'm going to do horse ASMR. Have I done that? I don't remember that. I'm going to get a ranch, maybe. Am I going to play games? I don't think so, because I have another episode to film tomorrow. In the morning. I have to wake up like 7-ish, maybe 6:30-ish, probably 6:30-ish. I know it's already 11:55. All right. Yeah, another butt crack of dawn. So I'll probably be delirious tomorrow evening. All right. Well, then with that, I will bid you adieu. Ta-ta for now. I will see y'all tomorrow evening. Probably. Good night. Bye.